today. And I'm sure everyone knows her. And also, without Unokolo, this project wouldn't be at this stage as secure today. I would like to selectively thank those people in their absentia, because we are here because of them. They have been our Jerusalem. They have been guiding us on what needs to be done when. And things have been running smoothly because of the role that they have played. And we have abantwana Nkosiyam ebebegijima almost every day. You would think ukuthi base office kanti baku site. You would send them an email kanti abekho baku site. Banani in different sites. KwaMashu, KwaMaphutha, eSydney, iSiphingo, uMlazi. They had sleepless nights to make sure that if migration project kufika lesikhathi sayo lo nyaka siyilento esiyona. Thank you to Tando, our communications personnel. Thank you to Utobile and Pindile for the role you have played. And also, I would like, it's not time to say my thank yous, but I want to start with this because I believe over 3 years more than Ubi project, and it's not easy to do things with different types of people. And Abanye, you ended up building a very close relationship with these people that I have mentioned. To such an extent, if I mention one's name, you know what I'm talking about. I don't even have to say the migration project, just the name alone is associated with the migration project. So thank you so much. I would like to call our director, Dr. Paul Karuk, to welcome us today, because he is the man that made it possible from the beginning, approaching EU. So we are here today because of those processes and because of his brains. Dr. Paul.
Good. Good morning, colleagues, friends of DDP. So we put our hands together to assist good. A good introduction. Where do I even begin? First and foremost, I think I want to appreciate the efforts that our project team has put together to make sure that this project is where it is today. We are probably about 6 or so weeks away from final conclusion. There is one more activity I'm going to do next month to conclude this project. So I would like to reiterate what my colleague Mrs. Gugu has just mentioned, that the project migration team have done exceptionally well. And I want to publicly acknowledge that, because when we started, I was telling my colleague, my brother, that it's one of the fascinating things about projects is that everything begins with a thought. About 2018, I sat down after many interventions we did as DDP, trying to mitigate issues of xenophobic flare-up in our province, and interacting with the different communities, most of you who are here, and trying to respond to the challenge of xenophobia that our province had been exposed to very few years up to 2018. And I thought, this challenge must be solved in a better way than what we experienced. One of the many things that we discovered from our reports and our engagement up to that point, because DDP's work in this area of work goes way back to 2010. And so up to 2018, we had 8 years of, we could call, experience of how to work with communities, both African migrants and our local hosts, in mitigating this issue. And at that point in time, the same narrative, it was access to resources, working together to ameliorate problems to do with relationships and all that in the community level. After 2018, I thought there must be a better way. And one of the better ways was to take one of the main problems that we had reported through our various interventions that are really one of the causal factors that really do create unnecessary tensions, and I'm saying that with inverted commas because it's all about how we see each other as people. Yeah? We are Africans, nothing else. But more than that, we are humans. I see you and you see me. And that becomes the basis through which we'll be able to build relationships that makes our society more cohesive. However, as we all know, the story is not that linear. Yeah? From a point of view, it looks like these things are very easy to articulate. I see you, you see me, we have peace. I wish it worked like that, but it doesn't. Yeah? Because there is different factors that come in between that realization of how we should be able to work together as communities and people from different diverse cultures and languages and values and all those things. So one of the better ways that my team, not my brains alone, we had a team, a DDP, that works with me. Well, of course, one of my areas of work is to make sure that we get funding to do the job that we need to do. But I don't work alone. The DDP team, some of them who are here, as you will see them in the course of the day, but some that are not here, we work together and say, since this area of migration, social cohesion and human rights is an area of interest for us as an organization. But up to 2018, we discovered that we are also replicating what others are doing. Other means, other organizations, institutions, including government, our government, in trying to solve this problem that seems to be unsolvable. Right now, I hope we don't experience that problem, but we have the problem of energy security in this country. At this point in time, that problem seems unsolvable. But I know somewhere in this country, somebody has a solution, isn't it? You don't believe that? You know, it's like COVID. We stayed with masks for so long that even when we started removing masks, it looked abnormal. We stayed with them so much that even when you're sleeping, you want to sleep with a mask. So when we are free to walk around without a mask, it felt very abnormal. We may also be in the same trauma that we've experienced a lot of load shedding that now when we see life, we feel like it's abnormal. I want to believe there is somebody in this country, maybe in this room, who has a solution to that problem. Yeah? Okay, maybe I'll leave it that day, just in case we go into load shedding. But it's the same mentality we approach this work. We had observed at that point, we are replicating what everybody is doing. Dialogues between African migrants and local communities of host. They are doing capacity building. Have you ever heard that word? Have you ever heard about capacity building? How many people here have been exposed to capacity building? Okay, I know you're shy to say yes, but I know you've been. And we discovered that we're doing a lot of that, but the problem is not being solved. Then we discovered we have also been doing social cohesion conferences. But still the problem is not being solved. I sat together with my team and I said there must be a better way. You are sitting in this room because the team and I thought of this better way. What was the better way? One, take one of those challenging problems. If the issue is resource, access to resources, and information sharing, and skills building, solve that problem. And our clever team and I put that proposal together, and I approached the European Union and said, I think we have a solution for KZN. But before we solve the entire problems, let us fix it first at home, the greater Durban metro, right? Have you ever heard a saying that says the charity begins at home? Yeah. It would be awkward for us to be doing this work in Josini, and Ladysmith, and Coxtown. But here at home, we are burning, isn't it? So I took that concept and went to the European Union, and I presented to you. Ladies and gentlemen, that's where this journey began. My heart's joy and the team is to see you in this room, having worked with us those 30-some months now, experiencing what just began as a thought. But it brought all of us. In this room, there's media people, there's people from different communities, and different from academia, and all kinds of support system. Because this work requires many hands. DDP cannot do this alone, even if you are given $1 billion. It will require you, it will require them, it will require those who are there. Everybody must put their hands together, even government departments, that some of them are not here, including our metro, government metro that has supported us through Mr. Eric Applebury whenever we needed them, who is the head of intergovernmental coordination within the municipality that relates to international, inter-country relationships. It has taken the effort of everyone to be where we are today. And so on behalf of the DDP team and our founder Conrad and the European Union, I want to say thank you. Because if it was not for that collective effort, and for at least for once we also from the same page. Because you can come up with a good idea, but if every other person who wants to be, or who should be part of that process, don't see what you see, it will not take off. And so I wanted to thank them too, in their absentia, but we're going to get a message of support from Conrad, the country representative who could not be here, is currently in Germany, to say that we read from the same page. We saw what we saw then to see this day. And our sincere hope is that we are going to see a furtherance of this work from when the project ends. Because I know there's some structures that have already been set up in the different communities where we've been working. And I'm very excited because through those management committees that have been set in these 5 communities, there is a very high probability that we're going to continue the work of engagement with each other. And at this point in time, we do not know what form it will take, because we have to conclude this project first before I finally meet with the representatives of those community management committee, which I promise I will do. It may not be this year because of the schedule ahead of me, but probably in the beginning of the year. Because I want us to continue this work in some form. At the moment, I don't know which form, but I believe there is some form. But again, it's going to take a collective effort. And before I take my seat, I want us to remind ourselves, it is important that we gain the skills we've gained so far through the exposure that we've had through this project. But more importantly, it's putting those skills into practice. If we cannot do something about what we have received to continue building cohesive communities where we belong, and a continuation with a narrative that is positive in the sense that there is something more about us together than when we are divided, then we'll have failed 36 months of intense exposure to this work. I must also say, even though the work is funded, it's very expensive. Majority of you who have been part of the project as entrepreneurs have known what we have to spend to make it work. That's what it requires. Please, on behalf of our funders and on behalf of the DDP team that has worked very hard to bring this project to where it is today, please do something with that knowledge. It's your gift to yourself. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doc. Another round of applause. Thank you so much. Towards the end of his remarks, he kept on emphasizing to say thank you to our funders. On that note, can I quickly have the representative from our funders on behalf of EU and CUS, Tawanda. While Tawanda is on his way to join me on the stage, can I see by show of hands people from Sydney? Yeah, Sydney. Thank you. Kwamakuta? The whole room is Kwamakuta. Kwamashu? Yes, it's Ngawi. Thank you. It's Pingo? Whoa. Thank you. The reason I forgot Umlaz because I am from Umlaz. So I I thought we are at Umlazi. Can I see Umlazi? My people.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tanya Matema. Most of you know me from my very frequent visits here in Durban and most of the activities that we have. I am the program manager for the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung based in Johannesburg, and I would like to say that we are really, really pleased to be part of this project. One of the core aims of the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung is the promotion of democracy. And within democracy, we have the idea of human rights. Now, what xenophobia does, it undermines the respect for human rights. As Dr. Paul mentioned, we are all Africans, we are all the same. So in that same light, that is what we strive for. Equality and respect for human life and dignity. Not a lot of words from my end, but I'd like to turn over to a video that was prepared from our country representative, Mr. Gregor. If you turn your attention to the video that will be played.
Project team for organizing this business in Indaba. Furthermore, I would like also to take this time to thank you. On behalf of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you. I am sending my best regards from Germany, where I am on a duty trip this week. First, I would like to take the opportunity to thank EDP together with the Migration Project team for organizing this business in Indaba. Furthermore, I would like also to take this time to thank you, all the project partners and beneficiaries that have been with us during the implementation of the migration project. There is no denying the fact that our German foundation could not achieve its objectives in promoting democracy, rule of law and human rights without strong local partners such as the DDP. I would like to emphasize that the Konrad Adenauer Foundation in South Africa is proud of our partnership with the Democracy Development Program, DDP. And I would like to express my gratitude for the important work you do in a variety of different fields. Your work is highly esteemed and appreciated. Currently, the DDP is implementing an invaluable EU migration project here in KZN, which aims to reduce xenophobia in society. For this purpose, South Africans and migrants are brought together to engage in various community and entrepreneurial activities. These measures are flanked by business training sessions, community dialogues, and media engagement programs aimed at fostering business networks, supporting local business initiatives, providing education on migration, and offering a neutral platform for engagement between South African and African migrants to 5 project implementation sites. I credit the thriving partnership between CAS and DDP not only to our complementary work objectives, but even more to the deeply ingrained values our organizations share. Today's migration project, Business Indaba, is an important project activity to track milestones in the project objectives of reducing xenophobia and fostering social cohesion through business initiatives. Without a doubt, local communities face a lot of challenges. Prominent among them is unemployment, resulting in poverty and social unrest. From this, the popular narrative exists that the struggle for limited economic opportunities, particularly jobs, is one of the central driving forces of xenophobia. Therefore, showing that co-created entrepreneurial activities and local business initiatives create jobs and foster social cohesion is crucial. The business Indaba will explore the rights of migrants operating in the informal sector, equip you with information on how to transform informal business to formal ones, and provide potential avenues of support for informal traders in business. These issues are not only common level, but critical. I would like to express my appreciation to the project beneficiaries and all those engaged in entrepreneurial activities who will be sharing their successes and stories of change. Also, the migration project is coming to a close. I have no doubt that the business networks that you have built will continue to develop and foster increased and sustained collaboration between South Africans and African migrants. I am confident the business that you are operating will continue to grow and provide more economic opportunities for other members in your communities. I wish you all an insightful and intellectually stimulating session with fruitful discussions and implementable outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for the message. Briefly, the message is saying, so we don't want to see a situation whereby a project say pelile according to the lifespan yayo and then nani futhi vanish. Kubegani from your own areas, nikubege nama business wenu, akhule niwa implement ngalendlela ebekade lifundiswa ngayo. Kubalekile lokho. That was the key message ukuthi sustain your businesses based on what you have learned and based on what you have been taught. Can we visit after 2 years and find you still standing? I'm happy to hear that. Moving forward, kubalekile ukuthi siqhakambise iqhaza elidlalwe abantu obekuyibona bebekade benani, training you, coaching you from how you treat your customers to how you market your business to everything else. Because if they were not there, ngabe anginalwazi ngendaba. Among us today, I believe I have e-voices while among us today we have abantu okuyibona abahlanganise i-program, your training program. Firstly, they understood the challenges that you have. They also understood the gap within your businesses. Then they put together a manual after doing a thorough research, a manual that is tailor-made for your needs. And I remember one of the people from Kwamakota, Ukonala, he mentioned that he came across with a guy who amdaisele a manual because of the quality of the content of the manual. And that guy was willing to pay 30,000 because it was something they have not came across. So you were not just given something light or something useless, but what you have been taught was quality. And those people from Sasop Fees, Osis Umamvilakazi, cela uphakamise isandla. Sesiphumla. And then we have Ufizani Nduna, okuyena ozosidilivela a message of support. Ngiyacela ukuthi amazwi akhe niwabambe because bebekade benani throughout all the time, and after today anizukumbona. So whatever azomnikeza khona eseza ngaphambili, please keep on it. That's it.
Siyabonga, Program Director, Sisigugu. Good morning, colleagues. Sanibonani. Njani? Aze nabahle. Sicela nishaye izandla. My name is Fizani Nduna, the Program Director. I come from a company, Edison Associates, which is a business incubator. Owithina ebesinifundisa sifacilitator over the past 3 years or so. Before ngichaze ukuthi ijeli yethu ibe kanjani nani, I just want to talk a little bit ukuthi mangithi business incubator, what exactly do I mean? What I normally do is I give an analogy to a piece of instrument etholakala esibhedlela ebizwa nge-incubator. You know ukuthi ingane mayizelwe, when a baby is born prematurely and the doctors assess the baby and they see that the baby is not fit to go out and be exposed to the outside environment because the outside environment is too harsh for a baby which was born prematurely. So what the doctors do, they take that baby, they put it in a piece of equipment called an incubator. Lokho siyasithi ngesiZulu isebhodleleni. Ngiyanizwa ukuthi ingane kasibani bani izele prematurely bayifake ebhodleleni esibhedlela. That bodlela is called an incubator. What does an incubator do? What an incubator does, it says, because the baby is not ready to withstand external environment, let us put it in an environment which is between the external and the mother's womb. Ngezindlela le ngane akumelanga izimo zangaphandle, kodwa siphumile esibelethweni asiwazi ukuyibuyisela ngithi asibekeni endaweni enama conditions up between is la kade khona esibelethweni sazawayo nangaphandle. So businesses also need a similar situation called incubation. Because remember, when you start as a business, when I ask people that I train business management, what is the biggest challenge that you have? They mention a lot of things, but the two things which are always featured is one, market access. The other one is funding. Then there are lots more, lack of working space and what, but those two are always there. So as small businesses, most of us, by the way, we are also a small business, which I should highlight Dr. Paul to say, thank you for bringing small businesses all here. There is no big company here, there is no landlords, there is no one. It's small businesses, including us. So small businesses, they need an incubation process which will make them be ready to actually meet the challenges which are outside. On the market side, uthola ukuthi uma uhambisa mhlawumbe proposal yakho, mhlawumbe isana Pick n Pay or one of these big shops. When they look at your proposal, one, they will say, will you be able to deliver the volumes that we want? That's the first question. Second question is the quality of product that you are going to bring to us good enough for our customers? So we need a mechanism which can assist our SMEs ukuthi basuke kule level abakuyona baye ku level la abangakwazi ukusupplya or Pick n Pay and so forth in terms of volumes, but also in terms of what? Of quality. Bese kuba ngala ka funding. In my years when I used to work for company for more than 20 years, every year sasala nemali engaspendiwe. Sihambe siya treasury siyoncela ukuthi can you please, Treasurer, let us continue with this money next year? Now, departments, funders, banks, private sector, every single year, they remain with money which is not spent. But on the other hand, small businesses need money. So obviously there is a gap because someone wants money, someone has got too much money. In fact, last week we met someone from the IDC in our company, and he expressed the same way that there is a lot of funding. But why do people not get funding? People don't get funding because SMMEs are not ready for funding. Why am I saying that? The requirements that are put down by the development funding institutions and banks and all the funders are too complicated for the entrepreneurs to meet them. Are you clear? Also apply by business plan or apply a TALA or whatever. They want you to bring proof that you have got the market. Okay? You want an off-take agreement, no matter market research, any and all market research, and all those kinds of things. But my way I pick and pay, instead of the off-take agreement, who's a pick and pay would say, I can't give you off-take agreement because I don't know whether you are able to supply me or not. So it becomes a chicken and egg situation. They ask chicken and egg. We don't know which one we do first. Do I get market access first? I can't get market access because I need to prove myself. But how do I prove myself without the funding to go and prove myself? So that is the conundrum is now. That's why it's called training in entrepreneurship is a very good way of solving those problems. But in addition to training, we need assistance in the form of mentorship, in the form of business incubation, and all that kind of thing. Just to quote what gentleman was saying, I hope that the training that you got from us and from everyone else is going to continue to be used. Now coming back, what was our role Tina in this program? Our role in this program was actually training. We invested more than 180 hours in training various topics of entrepreneurship to you. We do not complain about that because we're having fun. Again, we're having fun. We're all having fun. But one of the things when we were approached by GDP to deliver this program, when we asked ourselves, Pumla, we are going to do facilitation in a room full of people who speak many languages. How are we going to do that? So, after our discussion, and after discussion with you guys, we came with a new language, which I hope this language is going to be added to be the 13th language. You know, we have got 12 official languages. So our language that we came with, which is called Zunglish. Remember Zunglish? Yeah. We came with a language called Zunglish, which we put applications for it to be added to the 13th language. And it worked perfect. It works so perfectly because even those people who speak Isisu access ukuthi ufunde entrepreneurship ngesiZulu kuphela. Ngoba when you apply for funding, when you present business plan, when you do this, we do this in English. So it was useful for us to use a language which is half Zulu and half English. Now, in my concluding remarks, guys, you must know and appreciate the importance of SMEs in this country. We don't normally appreciate that because individually we are very small. But when you aggregate all of us together, we are a very big force to reckon with. I was just reading an article from CEDA yesterday, which says there are more than 2.3 million SMEs in South Africa. 2.3 million. And altogether, we employ more than 9.7 million people. That is huge. So we must not undermine ourselves and say, no, I'm just selling bananas by the corner of the street and so forth. Remember the value chain that we create. the place where you order your bananas is going to employ more people to work on the farm because they've got an order from you, right? The van, the battery, which takes those bananas from the farm to where you are selling, is going to actually add value as well, because those people wouldn't be there if you have not bought those bananas. So don't look at your business only. Look at the whole value chain, your suppliers, your customers, and so forth, and see how much they benefit from you. But I do believe, I stand to be corrected if I'm wrong, that in terms of small business contribution to the economy of the country in South Africa, we are still lower than other countries. The reason being that we are still, remember, South Africa is the second biggest economy in the country, second from Nigeria. But in terms of under industrialization, we are the most industrialized country. Now, we're in that position because we still have big companies which are here playing a very big role in South Africa compared to other countries where the big companies have completely left. But we must see this as a gap that we need to fill. It is not guaranteed that these big companies, Pick and Pays and everything, will be here forever. So as SMMEs, let us prepare ourselves now so that when they leave, we check that gap. We don't want there to be a vacuum. I mean, the article I was reading was saying our contribution to the GDP is between 34 and 40%. In Rwanda, for instance, SMMEs contribute more than 55% to GDP. So it means we still have got a gap. Why do their SMMEs contribute so much? It's because the big companies have left. But now, if we want to fill that company, so that gap where the big companies are going to be, you prepare ourselves now. If you have a company, just give me an example, with a CEO, and you know that the CEO is leaving in 1 year's time, you don't prepare the next person to take over 1 day before, do you? No. You start grooming someone that will be ready when that person exits. So even here, big companies, they're not guaranteed that they will be here forever. Let us prepare ourselves to take that gap. So finally, my remarks, I want to recommend and thank the team from DDP, Dr. Paul and his team. We worked so harmoniously. Guys, the job that you are doing is great. It's great. You might not see it, because when you are in action, you want to dance stage. But us who are sitting from outside and watching, guys, you are doing a brilliant job, and we hope that this kind of work can be replicated in the rest of the KZN, but even in the rest of the country as well. Thank you very much.
I can tell Uguti there's a lot of wisdom from what he is saying. Tell us okubaluleke kakhulu engikuphikile up ukuthi kumele ni-understand i-role enidlalayo within your communities. You don't have to feel bad ukuthi ibhizinisi lakho lincane but libalulekile because of its contribution towards the value chain as well as the local economic growth. So nizazi ukuthi nibalulekile. Itafula lakho lelonalo, isaluni yakho leonayo ibalulekile because the community is able to access you because nindawonye. They don't have to go edrobheni beyokwenza amakhanda noma beyothenga otamatisi no anyanisi nama internet cafe. But because of your existence within your communities, nibaluleke kakhulu. Ilowo umyalezo esutholile namhlanje from what he was saying, among everything that he said, ukuthi nibalulekile kakhulu, ningafili sengazathi you are just trying and you want to be somewhere. From where you are, start and do better, implementing or applying the knowledge is a sort of this. Thank you so much. We have abantu who will always come to you after the trainings to come and check ukuthi nifundeni, nigene ini, and yini esafisa ukuthi yenzeke kangcono. We have abantu futhi ebesebenzisana nabo very close as DDP and the migration project. And believe ukuthi ukube bebengekho, it would have been very difficult for the migration project to penetrate within the communities or to get access to each and every one of you. But because of their existence, they made it easy for the migration project to be able ukuthi bafinyelele kunina bakhulume nani. So sithe today because it's all about you and the partners of the migration project. It would be nice for them ukuthi banikeze just few words of wisdom. Angizobabiza one by one, ngizocela nje basukume bonke balandelane njengoba ngizobabiza beze ngaphambili. We gonna have Paul Soti. He is from Africa Unite. He is one of our facilitators and ukuthi beniyayini babone. We also have Umelusi Mahlaba, based kwaMashu, kodwa obehamba wonke ama-site ethu. Bengicabanga ukuthi uzobeselana in a second. We also have Usisthandeka Biela from KwaMaphutha, na ngicela gijime eze ngaphambili. Umelusi is the chairperson and the founder of Lindelani Youth Forum. Kanti usisthandeka ohlobile ogqoke kahle ku September Heritage Month, yena ulaphaya kwaMaphutha Community Resource Center. Ngicela nokuthi umsizi from Emlazi uSizi Khumalo, I believe ukuthi usefikile naye futhi ulaphaya uMlazi Center for Community Development. Abantu laba esebenzisene nabo kakhulu ngokuhlukahlukana as community leaders and abanye as facilitators. Naye eseza ngaphambili. Can I also call Sister Smith, Nospa, director and the founder of TES Humanitarian Center, OSES's name, which is one of our sites as well, and they have been very instrumental in making sure whatever we need from the communities, we get it. Put Jace Mewe, naye from the Springboard Ministries, on the passion enkulu eku-empowersheni nasedevelopeni umphakathi. Ukhona uZaMantungwa. Ngicela uZama aphuthume naye eze ngaphambili. uZaMantungwa omunye bobuso ebesiyayisibone as one of our facilitators. Naye futhi osebuilde i-relationship enkulu with some of you coming to your sites to facilitate. Naye she is part of Lindelani Youth Forum. Mnithi emangabe esefikile uZama, just a few words of wisdom. Ngicela ukuqala ngokukhona. Sesizoshaya isithombe ekugcineni, ngicela ukuthi
Thank you, Sis Lulu. Good morning, colleagues. I'm not from Africa Unite. I'm from Elevate Africa. Okay, so I don't want to be in trouble with Umelusi. As our dear sister Sis Lulu said, my name is Paul Soti. I've had the privilege of facilitating in Spingo, and I can see the Spingo people here, awesome. And I've also had an opportunity to once facilitated in Sydney, and I can see some of the familiar faces here today. My apologies for the other sites where I haven't been. But what do we take away from my observation? I think we have learned a lot, and at times I know there's this saying that the day we'll stop learning is the day we'll die. And learning is an everyday thing, we don't stop. Let's keep the hunger that we have to keep learning more. and begin to implement some of the concepts in our communities, in our businesses. And some of these concepts can also help in our organizations, even churches where we are, and let us continue to be involved in communities. I think one of the thing I would love to leave, especially with my brothers as African migrants in communities, let us begin to work together with communities where we stay, community meetings, CPFs, sports committees, there are ward sports committees, there are district sports committees, all these other activities that take place in our communities. The more we do that, the quicker we all begin to understand each other. I think, let me leave it at that. Thank you very much to Dr. Paul and the team for the opportunity to be able to facilitate and walk a journey. And I know the journey continues. It has just begun. Thank you very much.
My name is Sandega Biela. I'm from Onaput. I would like to thank Dr. Paul and the team at DDP for this wonderful experience. To be quite honestly, at first, we were feeling because everything seems very impossible. And I remember our first community dialogue. Esabanayo kamaphutha izinto the way zazingakhona ewabona nje ukuthi baze babhoreka abantu, but indlela i-team aka-DDP eyayisebenza ngayo nendlela eyayenza izinto zibe easy for us as community leaders, and also eyenza izinto zabalula for ama-participants wonke ukuthi sigcine sikwazile ukuba sifike to a common understanding and tolerance amongst each other. So to be quite honest, at the beginning wawubona nje ngathi ayikho lento, but njengamanje I would confidently say kamaphutha siyathandana. I hope ukuthi whatever esikufundile sizothatha sikusebenzise ngendlela esifundiswe ngayo. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Hi everybody, I'm Tasneem from Sydenham. I'm not one for many words, but on behalf of the Sydenham team, we'd like to thank the Migration Project for coming into our area and teaching us what we've now known. And we've actually started spreading it out in our community, creating different groups with locals and non-locals, bringing them together and trying to also create social cohesion within our area of Sydenham. So Sydenham, keep doing what we're doing, and thanks.
From Indaba and so again, you showed me but so don't put it in with the opportunity as media as our community leaders and facilitators. I think when I've been through all the 5 sites, yeah, it has been a long journey, but a fruitful and education us as facilitators and community leaders. We've learned a lot from you guys. And also, umuntu angabona nje i-respect ebeyithola when we go to imphakathi, because in some cases you will find ukuthi you have a session with abantu abadala ngawe bonke, but they will expect you. Abanye bethu uma be-facilitator, they also want to play ama-games, and bazovumela ukuthi badlalise ama-games kwenziwe yonke izinto bebadala ngayo. So ngithanda ukubonga nje kakhulu kulokho, and also to congratulate you guys for being part of the journey from the start kuze kube manje, because khona abangayiqedanga bayiqala but abangayiqedanga, and ngiyafisa kakhulu ukuveza ukuthi noma uku-encourage ukuthi ingapheleli la lento. Akube ukuthi as the project ends, then I already have a plan of how to move forward, because we have gained during ama-trainings lawa ebekhona. So ngalokho I would also like to thank my fellow community leaders for the support and also the way we were able to work together in terms of facilitation and community leading in Phakathi. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. My name is Jais. My son is in Bearway. I've had an opportunity to coordinate the programs in Spingo, and I think I've facilitated in 4 communities, except Omakut. So I see most of the cases that I know personally, and I must tell you that you guys are looking beautiful today. I almost got confused. I thought it's a wedding day, someone's getting married. So clap hands for yourselves. So firstly, let me say thank you to DDP for the opportunity to work with the team. I also want to thank the people, especially the people of Spingo. When you go to communities, in every community there are gatekeepers. So one of the things that the Migration Project did well was to recognize that when we go to these communities, there are people that are already working there. So you don't go there and start your own thing, because it doesn't matter who you are. So you recognize them and you give them the respect because they are gatekeepers. So yeah, and let me also congratulate you guys. Today is your big day. I was telling the people from Spingo, I said to them, there is no big certificate or degree or a smaller one. What gives value to the paper that you're getting today is the hard work that you attach to that paper. The knowledge that you have received is how you use it. It gives value to that paper. But Sis Google, let me close with the scripture, because one of the things that I do in the other life is that I preach. So salam alaikum to my Muslim brothers and to the other languages. So I'm not combating anyone. I just want to quote something and leave this with you. Especially to my African brothers. By the way, I'm originally from Zambia, so I'm also a migrant. So in Jeremiah chapter 29, verse 7, the Bible says, also seek the peace. This message is to the migrants in Babylon. It says, also seek the peace and prosperity of the city to which I carried you into exile. Pray to the Lord for it, because if it prospers, you too will prosper. And then if you continue, it says also do good in that country. So I want to encourage my African brothers that we are in this country now. We might not be tomorrow, but today we are here. So the Bible says to us, as long as you are here, pray for the peace and prosperity of this country and do good. Because if the country goes down and there are potholes, Dr. Boy, you also drive on those potholes. You also drive on those potholes. So the Bible says, pray for the prosperity and do good. So I leave those words with you. Thank you.
Next Sunday, I'm going to church. I haven't been to church for 10 years. But on Sunday, I'm going to church.
Okay.
Amen.
Amen.
Yeah, it's a story for another day. If you're interested in why 10 years, I'll tell you. Maybe 20 years. Thank you so much to my colleagues. These are my colleagues. They are very close to my heart, community leaders and facilitators. It's not really easy to go to people on Abazi and different characters, different ages, and especially the issue of language. English is moving forward. because language is really a problem. In one house you will find abantu aba-understanda isiZulu but abangasizwa isiNgisi. Uthola abantu aba-understanda isiNgisi kodwa abangasizwa isiZulu. Uphinde uthola abantu abanga-understandi kokubili. So it's a challenge. But we are trying to navigate through the challenge and try to find ways to work together. We are learning Swahili so that we can be able to communicate with each other. Because social cohesion doesn't mean or coexisting doesn't mean you have to learn my culture and I don't have to learn yours because you are in my country. But it's a two-way thing. We have to learn each other's country. So thank you so much for your words. I think we are on time and we are really doing well. I would like to give you 10 minutes, strictly 10 minutes. I know it's not going to be easy because it's Baningi, just to grab our tea and come back. 10 minutes only. No chaos, nothing. and before siphume ngicela sishayele intombi ukuthi sithule siyahlonipha silalele. 10 minutes break.
Oh, so I'm sitting there. I almost you were called for the front. Oh, okay. I
Sounds good.
So what book was it? Which one? Which one?
This one
for what you were writing.
Uyacabanga ukuthi ngakuphela isikhathi ngahamba ngacathi ngakuphela isikhathi ngathola engene sisikhuluma manje isiredi sinoba sibuka kwamanje ngithe nje ngoba ekhanda kubi angishaya into ezongashana nesingqondo ngishayeza athanda-ke nje ngivuni ngihalela kabi ikingi akwami ngiyayithanda kodwa yangihlula futhi ngobuhlungu ngiyayithanda because ngenza njani icanalization engayithole esaluni kodwa abantu uyabuza kodwa sizikishini uright umuntu esifundana nesasukile nyobile wathi nje wangihlala yazi ukuthi waphethe 30 minutes besiwaqala ukuvuna sithatha isikhathi ngiyakutshela ngithi mina no it's not about that just uqala phansi khona into ezizona masiboko network so agcine ebona inhlana choice ngayishaya impela ngahlala isikhashana futhi ngo-2016 lapho ume-office hamba yenyanga kade lutho I think it's a spiritual thing for me at the time. Yayiqala lapho ngoba like you do things now always but kube nalento ethi yenza manje funda ngempela ngoba njengoba nginje ngine-peace ake ngifake iwivi ekhanda hayi ngibe ngifake installa uyeka ngifuthe nespray baxaphule ngithi ngibukeka nempilo ngabule kwazi
maybe when soon as they come, yeah. Just make sure before we go for that, we have that. Actually, the
Just like we sell, then it's not just to sort of out a lot of things that we've done. What you are giving me 20, they themselves are the ones who extended to 1 acre. In fact, they had to stop it because one of the other ambassadors was the Minister of Wind. But I was on the floor from 10. So, that part, so they came to come back to me and let me know how this would work. But sometimes, for now, they buy to other crops. They are so So the idea of maintaining good relationships is very important. So come presentation that is audio.
I think he has to pray for somebody. Yeah. You started this week. You might as well finish.
This one now seems like it's taking up one even bigger share. So I'm looking at late October and Shanghai Tokyo. Yeah. So maybe if I'm doing let's see how this will come down. So whatever I think different Kenyan government certificate.
Just want to know.
So when we do the training, when
I did the training. And then I did it.
that's what I mean. That's what I mean. General was sponsored.
When I went 1 week, just what? And then after that, deal with the
So are you running business on your own?
It will depend. So I can access any.
Yes.
I can access
Yes.
So I can access anyone. Then I
Hey! Hello! You must take that away.
So you download the unit standard and then you can access each and every competence. What you do the different levels of competence, professional, is to get everyone flexible. Yeah, so I'm just sharing that.
I've got some videos that actually you see other people say money by themselves. So why you not do a project in the radio station? Don't worry, let me try and get him on something. It's entrepreneurship. But people from my I know you told me that.
I started this. So this they find the youngsters in the communities and they don't want to involve. Some of them might not understand So they want basically they'll be able to change the screen of the TV, the screen of the TV, the screen of the so those are some of I do have a register. I do manufacturing.
Yes, yeah, I remember that.
Yes, I was
what's the name of your company? Because you know what I'm asking? Look at all of the we are giving opportunities to work with. And our research is to understand the people that are already in the they are not available. Can I give a hand?
Okay, no problem.
Can I give a hand?
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
will go back now. I hope so. Thank you. Can you settle? How's it? Asale phansi. 3, 2, 1, ngizobiza ngegama. Ngicela sihlale phansi. Thank you. Ngiyabonga ukuthi nihloniphile. Nikwazile ukusheshisa nibambe nibuye. I hope asidlanga kakhulu because we still have lunch. We have a tendency ukuthi siphuze kakhulu itiye laphambi kuyafika ilunch. We no longer have this space. I agree with one of my community leaders, Othe Abelibahle namhlanje becabanga ukuthi umshado. Ngiyaqala nje nami ukubona nje. Nigqoke kahle and mostly behave. I think kuzomele laba bantu abakhona namhlanje if usiya emasayithini sihambe nabo so that nasemasayithini izofika behave ngoba wow. Izinto esigila zona. But ngiyabonga ukuthi niphethe kahle anisi-exposeanga to iy'vakashi zethu. Ngiyathemba ukuthi ngesikhathi sethu se-break sikwazile ukuthi siwalke laphaya at the back because we have ama-exhibitors wethu nawo ayingxenye ye-project nibone umsebenzi wabo niphinde nithenge futhi bakithi ngoba nabo they are running a business. Sithema sithi siyababiza as ama-exhibitors basabela. So please yebo naba beweva lapha emuva nibuke umsebenzi wabo bangabuyeli naleza impahla emuva. Please nithenge ukuhlala nithenge nje zonke izinto abayidayisayo ezinhle. Noma ungasathenganga-ke kodwa yenza sure ukuthi ubonile ukuthi banani and then uplace i-order yakho. Before I continue with my program, I would like to acknowledge 3 people in our presence. They are the friends of the project. They are not from DDP, they are not from the migration project, they are not from the sites, they are not facilitators, they are not community leaders, but they are the friends of the migration project. I think it's very important for us to acknowledge them. The reason I want to acknowledge them so that you can see them. If you need some help, or Eric, or we committee, Lama Traders, keep our permits. Eric, can you please show yourself so that Mr. Wazubona, so manje, you go get our permit. Abaphinde basisho futhi ama-permit ngezathu ezibalulekile. So nje ningabe nisamyeka nithathe ama-contacts ni-communicate naye. Thank you so much ukuthi ube kanye nathi today. It's very important ukuthi ube khona so that bezokwazi ukubona bathole isizakalo. We also have a Secretary of Ugandan Association, Asimwa. Thank you. If you are from Uganda and you need some help or support, please contact him. We also have the President of Uganda Association, Apollo. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's move forward. It wouldn't have been a business Indaba if we don't have some insights and some information and some guidance and some solutions to our challenges as informal traders or as entrepreneurs. So we thought before we get our certificates, we need to have a few speakers to share with us some of the things that we think these are useful to you. First coming up, we have our brother who didn't want us to talk about his profile. He is a person who wants to be known as a community developer, a community empowering individual. He has lots of qualifications and degrees, but he doesn't want to be known for that. So I'll just keep it like that. Can I have Benjamin Chitewa? He is the board chairman of Organization for Charity Challenges and Sustained Advocacy. So today we will give him Iskashanyana Islane to talk about some of the challenges, because sesifundile, sesiyazi ukuthi how to market our businesses, sesiyazi ukuthi how to treat our customers, sesiyazi how to save our money, sesiyazi futhi ukuthi what do we need to do with the income, profit, and all of that. But in reality and practically, especially for the migrants, it's very challenging and difficult because of the institutional challenges. The institutional system doesn't allow the migrants to do some of the things or to exercise their rights. So he will come forward and share some of the informal traders' rights of the migrants, so that you can have some information and implement it. And if you have any challenges, we are glad that now we know that we have him. And I trust that he will also share his contacts with you, so that if you have some challenges, you contact your community leader or you contact the chairperson of the committee of the migration project, then they can easily speak to him and you get some sort of help.
Sanibonani. Molweni. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jambo. Bari. Bonjour. Standing here, I ask myself, what is happening? But when I look at this migration project, I see the green color. And that pushed me to say what Martin Luther Jr. once said, everything that is done on earth is done by hope. Where there is hope, there is life and there is future. A project is Alpha and Omega. That means that the project has a beginning and an end. But I'm glad, as Dr. Paul made mention, that maybe 3 years later in Siskuku, or 10 years later, when we come back to the community, we can see some work or action happening. It's very, very important. Today, people are judged by the way they look. One of them is me. Many people are considering me as a Nigerian. Wherever I go, I'm a Nigerian, but once they pick up the accent, hang on, there is a problem here. Now they look at my hair, this man doesn't have a muntu hair. That means 3 in 1. God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. That's why I prepared to have a sunroof now. People people are judged by the way they look. And that is why we said migration is not a South African problem. Migration is older than humanity. Even in those days, the animals were migrating. Someone told us that by tsunami, the hunters were aware of the coming of tsunami because they had some indicators from the animals. They were moving the place where there was water and going to the mountain. We understand that migration is not South African problem. South Africa was considered as a land of destination. From 18th century, when the British settlers came, and later on the Dutch, and also on the 19th century, with also Indian for the labor in the sugarcane plantation, and also the Chinese labor also in the mining in Kimberley. We understand that it's not a South African problem. Today, so now there is the African continent. Maybe we don't know. By 31st century, I don't know we'll be like to be there. Some of us will be extinguished by that time. But 31st century, I don't know if there will be now migration from sometimes. We see what is happening in the Mediterranean. That means you can't stop the movement of people. It's like we can't stop the informal settlement. What is needed, how we can upgrade that program. This applies also to this informal trading. How can we assist those people? Because they are contributing also to the economy of the country. And those people do have the rights and also obligation because they are human beings. Now there is a challenge in South Africa because there is no special migration policy. It's where there is a challenge. In South Africa, they opt for what we call a progressive immigration system. That means we do have two pieces of legislation, which is Refugee Act and also Immigration Act. Those are regulating at least the movement of people. Refugee Act focuses on the protection of asylum seekers and also refugees. And also immigration only for those who are here sometimes for work purpose, study. What do we do? And the problem is there. The elephant in the room. What do we do? Let us find a way how we can help them. But according to the way the Refugee Act was sometimes thought by the legislature was that they can regulate now the movement of refugees. There is no refugee camp in South Africa. The purpose was that to make that people, when they come, they have left the country of origin as a result of civil war and other problems. They need protection. They have to integrate into local communities. That's how they're talking about progressive immigration system. But we cannot talk about local integration if there is no social cohesion. It's where there is a challenge. And that's why I'm talking from experience. Our organization is dealing with how can we assist those people for the effective local integration. I worked with Cape Town Refugee Center, which was an implementing agent of United Nations High Commission for Refugees. And I was managing the social cohesion program. We had a challenge. I wish Dr. Paul could be there that time. It's not easy to deal with migration. It's not easy because we talk about people coming from different backgrounds. It's not easy altogether. The language barriers. A challenge, how can you now forget talking about this coexistence? But so far there is no acceptance. The first thing they always ask me, where are you from? But I've been here for 21 years, but they still come asking me, where are you from? And now my answer always, I say, I'm from heaven. You can't be. So no, I'm from heaven. Because you have to explain where you're from. For how long have you been here? And when are you going back? It's like someone will invite you. Those are the challenges that we are facing. What do we do in order to assist those people? As I made mention about refugees and also migrants and also asylum seekers, unless all are brushing the same brush. If you want to notice about crime, just find out how many foreign nationals are there. You heard the story of 18 who was shot, killed in Popo. They made a mention 18 died, but 2 Zimbabwean. They mentioned 18 died, but among 18, 2 Zimbabwean. Why they just singled out 2 Zimbabwean? This is something that we have to make sure that living together. Because we are living in what we call global village today, through globalization in this 21st century. We'll never work in isolation. We'll never work in isolation. Big countries, powerhouse today, you'll find that they just help and they just progress because of other people from other countries. We have a challenge sometimes when I train. I do the summary of my, don't even talk about the slides. I just give, it's better to understand than only report, but to understand what is the purpose of this rights of migrant informal traders. According to that piece of legislation, it said refugee or asylum seekers do have the same right as South African citizens, except for the right to vote and to form a political party. They do have the same right, recognizing the Bill of Rights, as South African citizens, except for the right to vote and the right to form a political party. The challenge is now, if you want to get sometimes observance, because I had a video clip that summarized it, but unfortunately also technology gives us a challenge. You should have seen how, what we did in Cape Town, how we can bring together the host countries, the host communities, and also foreign communities. How they can be together. Because there is much to be learned from one another. Many people, they don't know. While you are here, that means if you are a foreign, there is something that is labeled behind you, a stereotype. A drug dealer is a criminal, and all those things. Not knowing that for those from experience, those who host those foreign nationals, some brought also skills and also trading abilities that can also help them. Being a foreigner is not a sin, because also they contribute to the economy of the country. Now the challenge is, the big elephant is there. What do we do? Are we still getting on to condemn? No. Let us think in solution, not in problem. Because migration is an opportunity for the success of the economy of the country if we receive those people. And also on the other side, when they said about today those who are waiting for the certificate, but they mentioned that thing. They said the paper itself means nothing. And that is our always challenge even the professor that who said knowledge is power. Knowledge is not power. It's implementation that is power. You have learned more skills today. You get a certificate. But when you go back, now tomorrow, you become a reception somewhere. Are you going to use those skills? Although you don't have the certificate, nothing. Knowledge is not power, but it's implementation that is power. And that is why they say that 3 years later, 5 years later, 10 years later, are you going to implement what you learned? That's what when they were talking about capacity building. That means to empower people. Now you take ownership of the project. Because I learned and I had to implement it. And that is why there was a problem now for this when South Africa became a democratic country in 1994. It committed itself to protecting all humanity on its territory on an equal basis. Equal protection was infused by and constituted on the constitutional values of human dignity, equality, and freedom. At the center of these three layered values is the need to advance human rights and freedom. It's about freedom. South Africa has that experience because they knew what they went through. And from that experience, that is why the former Minister of Home Affairs, Linguistics, could say, we have to be a champion because we went through that. Destitution, homelessness, how can we implement, how can we become now against our own people? When they are talking about the outbreak of xenophobic attacks in 2018 and also in 2015, not everyone was affected. And I had an opportunity also to be part of the panel that was employing some social workers. And they asked the social worker the definition. Could you define who is a refugee? He said, refugee is someone who is coming from Africa. And I said, okay, what about someone who is coming from Europe, from America? He said, no, he's a tourist. This is how we have been taught. This is how we've been brainwashed. And we understand, we agree with that. That means a refugee is someone who is from Africa. Labeled all those stereotypes. But someone who is from Europe is a tourist. We do have also refugees from Asia continent. They are here. But they are not worried. Because people are treated now by the skin of, the way they look. We have to come, build all those, also break the odds of division and build now coming together. Social cohesion is something very important. But it's not you and I in this room who can make a change. But what you did is very, very important. If you can implement what you learned in the course of 3 years, I think, it's very, very important. And that's why Lily Susu said, oh, what can we do now? Because it said, according to the Refugee Act, that within 180 days, that means 6 months, the person must be notified if the refugee claim meets refugee protection. But unfortunately, some people today, 18 years in South Africa, they are not yet even recognized as refugees. They are still asylum seekers. That means asylum seekers, your decision is still pending. That's why they said a temporary visa. That means they can withdraw that visa anytime. You stay like that. 3 days later, I was a lawyer for human rights for someone who has been 18 years in this country. But they said now they have to withdraw the refugee status. With a family, he came single, got married, have 2 children, one in grade 10 and another in grade 2. But they tell you all of a sudden, yes, because they applied for certification, now they have to withdraw and you have to go back. And they ask why the person is going back. 18 years. Those kids are born here, and when they are going back, it's a French-speaking country. How are they going to accommodate? And they even asked me, what about on humanitarian grounds? He said, no, the law doesn't say about, the law is heartless. It has to apply. Mike, I think the mic is... But maybe I don't need mic. I can talk without mic. And that is something that I explained. And the newfound commitment was necessary, essential, owing to South Africa's history of abuse and indignity, as well as its struggle to liberate itself from oppression. This is what I explained already. And for that, what is the problem? My voice can break the mic, that's why. It's okay?
Yeah.
Okay. And now what we can do, as I said, that means if you are an asylum seeker, it's still a problem.
Yes, if you can bring it closer.
Close to me, okay.
Sorry.
because I'm a tall guy. She must be. All right. Sorry for that. Now this person, that means you have to still waiting for the final decision. And that's why they said, no, how can you just leave those people? They will have temptation sometimes to get themselves in the criminal activities, especially women, prostitution and other things. And they can spread what HIV and AIDS. And that is why they went back to do their amendment in Parliament that now asylum seekers and refugees also, they said they are entitled also to work and also to study. But they see the challenge. Some schools don't even recognize that. Yeah. Where is it? Show me. And some even ask, where is your green ID? This is what the challenge that we're facing. That's why the program for us, we are educating even the government official. They must not nation those foreign nations are using. Don't expect a green ID, especially when they show that asylum seekers permit. They said, what is this? This is a driving license. They don't know. And that's why we educate them. No, this is a section 22. It's a document that is issued by South African citizens, South African government through Home Affairs Department. Oh, this is how it is. And sometimes when they are in front of a law enforcement officials, they sometimes grab that document. What is this? What is this? Give me a green. This is what is happening even for our street vendors. They do have a problem. Because those people, they are not these asylum seekers, they don't get a social ground. It's only through this work that they're doing to sell all those stuff that can help at least to bring food on the table for their families. But still a problem. Where is your paper? Even some who got papers, permit, sometimes they take the permit. And it's a problem. And that is why that people are protected by the law of the countries, the Bill of Rights. And when you look at section refugee laws, can you go straight? Yeah. Disputes related to whether asylum seekers were entitled to civil, socio-economic, and cultural, and certain political rights. This is what the Bill of Rights they decided in Parliament. You can go to the next one. Now there is a problem in 2015 when there was the outbreak of xenophobic attacks. And then what to do now? And the former Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Senzo Mtulu, decided to set out with the provincial also government how to find out what are the impact, what caused these xenophobic attacks. People from ECP, they know what's happened, that it was a supermarket day because that supermarket employed more foreigners, and that's why the local, they said, no, we can't. But when they found that, no, it wasn't the case. There were some people who were looking about competition. That was the finding, and that's why they set out a reference group that was led by the former Human Rights Commissioner, Jack Pillay, to do some findings. They found that that was not the case. That was not the case. There were some people also local who had also that to drive away competition from foreigners on big business, that let us create this in order also to intimidate them, then they can leave. But for your information, refugee, migrants do have the same rights as South African citizens, except for the right to vote and to form a political party. And secondly, if you are in the country, you have to legalize your stay. That means you abide with the laws of the country. To make sure that if today they find you don't have a documentation, sometimes you are involved in criminal activities. And that is why you have to legalize your stay. to make sure that before even your paper expires, you have to go now to a refugee reception center in order to legalize your stay in the country. I'm not here to defend those who are involved in criminal activities. I'm just talking about those who must make sure that this informal business can also become formal by complying with the laws. That means we approach Metro, since we are here in the city, approach in order also to function legally. This is one of the obligations also. And they found that there was a challenge is I've been talking about this outbreak of attacks. And they found that no, it's not, this can work. We found those other communities, it's very important. But we found that those who were saying that no, most especially for the Muslim, I'm not offending anyone, but their intention was no, they are facilitating the business because those so-called in the church, they're helping them to get in the market and some are operating without documents. But when they did some investigation, they found it was that no, it wasn't true. Those people had sometimes some sort of cooperative, the forum, a platform from which they meet and also discuss how maybe the price, how we can also try to make sure that everything is okay. In summary now, what they said, can you go down? No, that's the next one. I explained already. Now the outcome of the investigation from by the Special Reference Group on Migration and Community Integration in KwaZulu-Natal, when they appointed Judge Pile, and they found that to undertake this comprehensive assessment of the reported cause of and socio-economic impact associated with the attacks between March and May 2015, I've indicated that the immediate causes of the 2015 outbreak of violence against foreign nations in KZN was the result of deliberate effort of select individuals, some of whom have interest in the informal trading sector, to drive away competition by foreign nation-owned businesses. That was the finding. And the Special Reference Group recommended the arrangement developed in the community of Kwadukuzi. Those communities, they do have a model how they can interact. They meet all stakeholders and discuss sometimes some challenges. What they are facing are challenges. If you want to get that, okay, the price, because you know, you guys are doing business, you are there to make profit. But you cannot make profit at the expense of the poor people. Where you find that the bread sometimes is 15 rand, because here I'm the king, there is no competition, you put 25 rand. That means you have to exploit people. But they know, if maybe the rest, maybe 1 rand, is known by the forum. If there is a change, they inform everyone. And they meet together in order also to share. And that's why they found that they have also to address some funding, some recommendation, address gaps in the implementation of immigration-based policies to strengthen the ongoing reintegration processes, and also to promote more collaborative and cooperative trading practice in the informal sectors and create local forums to protect, to promote social cohesion and dialogue within the communities. And lastly, also relevant authorities to sensitize all stakeholders, including government officials, on the history, cultures, and rights of foreign nations living in the country, as well as education, as campaign to promote respect for diversity and tolerance among young people. Those are the recommendations. We must know that we have to live together. A human being is a social animal. That means you are forced, believe or not, you are forced to live with other people. But what we do is, let us find a way how we can work and promote this local integration by doing this social cohesion. That can only happen if there is some sort of dialogue and also the community together and share some problem. I was so glad when I was invited by Sis Kuku one day and there is all the African from different countries, they had food in Sydney. Now to taste the dish. You know where is the challenge? Where there is love, you can't question. Now when you start, who made this? That means there is a problem. Who made this? But out of love, I just eat. Because that's what is eating. There is no problem, there is no poison, whatever. I have to taste it. Don't stick to always to cabbage and also spinach. There is also some stuff that can provide also protein and also vitamin from other countries. This is how we can also create maybe some sporting event. I heard that now you are learning also, beside this Zulu English, also to add also Swahili. This is how we're supposed to be. We talk about Ubuntu. We talk about Simonia. Where that is coming from? If you are still this coexistence, but there is no acceptance. You are here. You must make sure that you don't have Amarunge here. Amarunge is only back home in your country. No, it's not that. As I said, migration is not South African problem. It's a world problem. Since we are living in this global village on 21st century, we have to interconnect it and also to live together. But if you are against a migrant, you must make sure that, especially Christian, you are against Jesus, who was also a migrant on African continent in Egypt. That means that if you are against a migrant, don't pray. God will never answer your prayer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Benjamin. That was mouthful. And I think the project really appreciates your presence, and I hope moving forward we will still communicate, because it seems like there's a lot that you can share. I did like the fact that you also educate government in terms of the legal documents that are needed. That is very important, and I trust that Dr. Paul was listening, and he will do something around that educational workshop that we need with our government people, because challenges are real. Thank you so much for that. Can you please also give again we have people, everybody's visa with the small businesses. Bayihamba lendlela, bayihamba baze bafinyelela la ebebefuna ukufinyelela khona. And I believe ukuthi nathi njengoba sila, abanye bethu, they are happy with where they are with their businesses. Abanye bane vision to be somewhere. I think even labo abadayisa ematafuleni banaso isifiso ukuthi ngelinye ilanga ama-products wabo bawabone eseyitolo. Indlela-ke ayilula, kunzima, but iyahambeka, kuyenzeka. And we do have a person or on a testimony ukuthi le ndlela iyahambeka. Waqala edayisa amasidila omkokotela. Business piracy nje. Ehambe edayisa emateksini, waze wabizwa ngo-DJ. Uhambo lwakhe is very interesting. Owakhona la eMlazi. It's very interesting. When I read about it, I was also motivated and inspired myself. Can I call Usmiso Mselego to come and share journey yake from ukudayisa ama-CD up until the birth of company yake, Golden Soil Fresh Produce, just to share with us so that we can be inspired and do the same. Sanibonani, Nyambo.
Sanibonani. I'll echo what everyone has been saying. And no speakers. Who's the speaker here, who is not? Firstly, let me start by greeting GTP stakeholders, Dr. Paul, the team and all the other people that were putting in effort. It's highly appreciated. I'm just to share my story. I hope someone gets something out of it, because the pains that we go through when we're doing venture business, it's not only for us, but it's for us to share. We believe what is doable. One of my friends, Indaba business. It's funny, Indaba business, it's more similar like the dating game.
Okay.
It's more or less the same. Come on, if you think of it, we're not in relationship, you'll have friends that are not in relationships, but they are experts. They'll be giving you advice. You should be doing this, I'm sure, those kind of things. You also meet in business when you're starting. Because we're not like business, we're vision. And the vision may figure, I figure, what if you are going. Then you have to be committed to each other. When you're starting off a relationship, the end goal should be marriage. That's the end goal. Well, I'm hoping we'll make sure also if Jordan will get it's not so much more than I'm shy. I don't know. But that's the aim. Now, in business, you have a goal, what you want to get there. You will make mistakes along the way. Some businesses will fail, but you keep on keeping on with your eyes fixed to the goal, which is marriage. So, I thought that was fascinating. Since we use that well, sometimes we take electric business serious goal and we end up not doing anything. Ngoba City, I can't do this, I can't do that, but once you start, because once you start, that's when because it's a journey of faith. It's a journey of faith, and faith is the evidence of things hoped for. So when you start Muhamba, you don't see or you don't feel like doing it, but it's commitment that pushes you through. So just to start off, we sell a scope in Indaba City. Indaba City, I used to do that while I was still in primary, doing grade 7. Okay. Then as an African high school, and now probably homes are the low parents in my cities, and what's up on my text at the time. So now to not give a mahala and because DJ Magic, we are not singers in music. But then that was training, that was a business, but Lindsay on the level. That was illegal. I didn't even know that was illegal when I went. But I made money with my brothers as well at the time. So moving on, I went to study in the business I still. So I remember after varsity, business local in Alcala was with a friend. The business based on OT investment. And I remember Saspa Mama meetings for 6 months before a business started, talking about the vision of the business. Dr. Paul Mekala, it all begins with the thoughts. So, let the senior study on agenda manage. We're not even worried about it now, because the people that were planning this had all of this in mind, and yet and we trust their thoughts. So, Silala, because of what they thought. Bon. So we planned for 6 months. We were doing that. I remember Mondo at the time, but we managed to say we launching in December because we wanted to launch in December. We saved up, we went to buy into Black Friday, so the business was barbering, cutting hair. My fascination with these businesses is that they seem like small businesses, but they're not, if your thinking is right.
Okay.
These are the services that are used by Abantu Emalokshi. So if you were to give them the same service at Tolomundo Central, that you communicating and respecting God. So it's important, whatever service you deliver to those people, is the service of our high respect, and the price won't be an issue, but it's an issue of evaluating the time. So we did that, the business started, we launched, but in one of the meetings, one of the things I don't forget, meetings was that we were clear with our target market. We said, Le Papa is over selection, but this is the purpose of the Kondama celebrities. And we will be going events now. And it will be a premium brand. They will be sharing the same clippers with the celebrities about Black TV. That's what we want to do. But we want to give them the very same service as Torvela. So we launched, we started. Our thinking, we weren't thinking like a small business. We were thinking like Sobey. In our head, we were competing with Sobey. We weren't competing with Umundo who is cutting hair, Yes, but we were not intimidated. Our competition was there. Big guns. So we started saying we'll be selling products because we've seen, according to our research, Iman ends up through selling products while cutting hair. So they'll have to earn proper money if they have a market. So some products, some are making this much, and so on and so on. But to cut a long story short, within the first 3 months in business, we were able to break through Gama celebrities in the business. How? We positioned ourselves in such a way that we were visible. The business alone. I had a friend, I have a friend, Ulungelo, we're still good friends, Ulungelo, a very disciplined guy. We work ethically right. So, after our launching of the business, I remember also Nandi Madita posted something on Twitter saying he wants Indaba that is reputable at the because we have been showing respect in the first 3 months, business stage. They were paying with card machines, with no hassles, no saying if you feel like it's in card, we are servants. If you don't feel like it's our servants, we make sure that everything is working. We make sure that on Fridays, because on Fridays we have Champagne Fridays, whereby we give them a glass of champagne if willing. We have water. We have the TV whereby they can watch soccer if they want to do that. All emotion. So we looked to Leonia. This is Nandi, which is Nandi Goma. This is Nandi Makita. What may you know? What's up? No, we know of guys called adoption. Trident, investment. So we got that opportunity. I remember I got a call, Naibama, because I was busy at the time. Hello. We Nandi who? Nandi go my face is up water, it didn't click. I don't know if you guys can come to my home and cut my hair. Yes, most definitely we can. We arranged transport. We said we are the Ubers of Babylon with business late. So we didn't have a car at that time. So we took taxis. And let's we had to use Uber to come across as a man who are professionals. So we asked the Uber and we started our business. We went to the start as much as we are excited to see these people, wow. But we have to be professional folks. And that was one of our breakthroughs of the business local, which is an investment. We followed the market like Gagas, we had a partnership with Gagas, we were here in July, working with them, cutting hair off, Bogamada figure. He pride there's a Skunda and days and sing to our pockets and not street Gagas. Because we knocked on the right doors, we acted like a big business. The worst thing that the institution can do is say no. So most when you're approaching a business, I think we have a fear of rejection. Siyasaba kakhulu ukuthi mengifeyila uzothiwa habetwenza. Lo fanele kuphele most business ego doesn't exist. The ego doesn't exist. So that business, as much as it was a success because it lasted for about 2 years, it was a success. It did a lot of things. It opened many doors for us, many relationships, but we messed up with internal lease agreement. And we had invested a lot in that place. And then we ended up losing all that investment. But that was school fees. So we had to close those, go back to the drawing board, stamina assessing at the time. But we knew that when the time is right, we'll bounce back. So I went back to 2017. I remember I'm 2017, ESCOM at the time. Like any other person. But the drive of seeing a successful business didn't stop me. I remember it was after COVID, moving on to Golden Soil Fresh Produce. It was after a time COVID. And I'm going to tell the spinach market. I went to buy spinach market. I was shocked by the price of spinach at the time. I was able to get the plastic omnium spinach at about 35 rand, big black plastic. I was around 35 rand. And I said, wow. I mean, I went to also get some in spinach. And I could have paid for 35 rand. So why don't I sell the spinach? I took the bags out to the spinach. I said, no, I'll move around. I had it was that car I was moving with. Didn't sold not even 1 unit. And I was actually selling prices spinach sold. So kudos to you if you are able to sell on the streets the fresh produce. I stood there for like 3 hours. I'm not getting even one customer. Then I thought to myself, there's a community gas here, and I want that waterproof. Why don't I just post something and tell them what I have the spinach? I decided to drop a post. Within an hour or 2 hours, the spinach started playing in my orders. Before so I said, okay, we on to something here. Next day I went on to all the spinach foods. I said, I'll make it 4 bags. From those 4 bags, gone. I do this in the before the 17. I was doing shifts, so if you get 2, then before 2 finance basis paying. So I did that. But then I saw, because I have a brother who is in agri-space, he saw how this was moving. And I kept on edging him. I want to understand how this works. You see, we're like the point that Mr. Fitzano was touching on earlier, the value chain. I wanted to understand the value chain of the agri-space. Because most of us tend to focus on we can use as legs or as Abantabakala because it's easy access. We want to sell on the streets to motor benefit. But in good value chain, and there are a lot of opportunities. Leso spinaches will come out from somewhere. Leso spinaches will drive on what is what's better. Lost Charlie and now we're taking bill from somewhere. Fertilizers and everything. So there are a lot of gaps, but you wouldn't know if you're focusing on what you're doing only. So most setup plane, I urge you to just pay attention to where your money is going. Because that's where Imali couldn't do Lapa Peso, value chain, and Sinasi pieces computer on the ground. So I had to go to Joburg to understand the business side of have a space, understand the Indaba, how pet houses operate. I remember when I got there, and I believe sometimes we are soft. You shouldn't be soft. I come across as soft, but when opportunities arise, I trust I'm able to pick those. Because I went to arrange a meeting. I went an extra mile to arrange a meeting with one of the biggest suppliers around, Woolworths, Pick and Pay, Checkers, the guy who owns those businesses. And I told him that I have a proper business in Durban, and I want to take the product here and stage it. Shooting it from the farm zero, and I'll package it for you, or I'm a standard circle, then I supply it to the city. I remember what? Do you understand Indaba, the coaching? Do you have trust? And I'm afraid. I said, we can arrange now. What if we can arrange that, then we have a solid business? I said, I don't have trust. And I asked them to tell her. But one thing I already had, I had contacts from the company now. Because as in Clan who are working there and who are doing that, and from there one guy linked me to another company and said, try this company, brothers. Now they also do this, but they also even offer food. So when I get there, the guy was very welcoming. And mind you, the guy is not South African. Just to show you, I work with a lot of brothers from outside South Africa, so people say, but they brothers. They have my back, like Abayama South Africans, that's business in Abayama South Africans wouldn't do for me. Just a phone call away. So this guy told me that, brah, we can help you. Since you don't have HAMA papers for now of complying and claiming the legal of Salario, I can plug with two HAMA farmers that are doing that. So now I have supply, I need to get access to a market, which is the biggest problem in Akona HAMA farmers. HAMA farmers, they don't have access to market. Things will start happening. So I have farmers, I'm looking for markets, I started getting markets. But I started understanding something. With as much as there is a red tape, sometimes it's too hard to be too straight if the product is scarce that you have. Then I said I'll start focusing on selling scarce products. High perishable goods, the risking order parts. Let me have a cold room facility where I'll store those things and start focusing on local. So from doing that, I started selling herbs. Herbs, your cocktail tomatoes, your whatnot. I started going to businesses. I have this, I'm selling for this much. No, we're not taking for that much. The market sells at this price. Okay? Cool. I remember I was frustrated, then I said, now let me leave this way. But one or two that I got a breakthrough. I got a call from one of the businesses, marketing a product, and they started giving me products. Same quality there, I told her on the Pick and Pay shelf. Same quality because the farmers are also they are compliant, but they don't have access to a market. So I offer access to markets to those farmers, I tell you. We supply guys like your Seekers throughout Durban. We supply guys like the Tashers and other pack houses. Amakolo, like others we supply, we supply indirect, like if you supply like the Kuwait, then we supply those people that are doing that. But it's doable. It's just that we have to have guts and no one owes you anything. Lendo Kali business, you've registered, tax clearance is corner, I'm pushing it for this tent, I'm hoping, and yeah, it's good. But if you want to change the situation as a South Africa, we have to think beyond that. We have to start thinking that when the problems are corner, you're on a little bit in the off. You see, the retailing all the owner of fresh produce. You only have food lovers. Then those sections you can hope you can break over. See, I will always beg to bring the products. This is neat. We have to beg, and they determine the price. Because we are begging, we are desperate. So let us change that. We don't. Imagine it's a cloud. Imagine it's a way. Well, but we are the biggest consumers. We drive from Emblad, we drive from Makuita, we drive from to buy and come back. How about it gets closer to us? How about it gets closer to Marsh? We have to start thinking along those lines, Nalama solutions. And Nama businesses, Nama see what Nama plans. Let's think long term. Look at the value chain. If you're starting a chicken farm, you're producing eggs. And that's cool when we start in. But think cross and blackward. Those guys are making mayonnaise. And that's made to Namatland. Do you know about Namatland? We don't have an idea. And those businesses are not businesses that are acting to flesh against them. The business they put in like 3 years in the game, but we yet to start the marketing on the social because of other thing they're not there. About who wants you to engage them, get it with the proper channels. So guys, I really hope that we start changing how we look into business. It should be fun. We're still young. We'll make mistakes. And one thing is guaranteed, the worst will happen. The worst will happen, but it's up to you. How do you bounce back? Never mind.
Thank you. That was very powerful, and it's good to see young people doing great things, and also to hear Uguti akukho easy, but kuyenzeka. There is one thing engikwazile ukuyibamba ukuthi kuyenzeka. It may seem very difficult and hard, but kuyenzeka. As long as ufocusile kwigoli yakho ofuna ukuyireach. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, we can clap. Moving forward, we are closer to our big moment of getting our certificates. Just close up. The immigration project felt also the need as business people, you also need the support, especially as entrepreneurs, as informal traders. You need business support, so you need the information on how to reach that support or how to have the access to that support as informal traders. So we brought to you a person who has a passion of youth and community development. That's why he is here. But most importantly, and the reason why he is here to share with you, it's because of the critical role he played during e-looting. Remember, there were businesses affected more than anything and more than anyone. But he is one of those people, Abasuguma, but as much as NAMI, he affected, but how can I help my colleagues, other entrepreneurs to revive their businesses after e-looting, when they are everything. So he initiated some of the interventions with some of the institutions like banks coming in to revive those businesses. So that's why he is here today to share with us on some of the business support that you can access as informal traders. Let us welcome Andile Mafa from Ranyaga Community Transformation.
Don't worry.
Okay.
I don't know. Someone? Yeah. So business I want to say thank you to Dr. Paul and his team for inviting us to this session that they are having with entrepreneurs from various townships. It's quite inspiring to see so
so many people from the township who wants to do business. Thank you. Who really want to do business? I don't know, do you really want to make money? That's what you want to do, right? So for me, that's exciting to see people who want to make money and not actually offering their CVs, but they are putting something together, whether it's in their kitchen, or it's in their backyard, or somewhere. I don't know where you work from. Some of the businesses we work with, asebenzela emakameri, mabesebenze, bayapakisha nje, ngibona kukuhle emgaqweni, kodwa bayapakisha, upakishela lapha, emkhukhwini wakhe apakisha, uphume ekuseni ahamba ayosebenza. And ngokusebenza nomphakathi sibahlonipha kakhulu ukuthi ungamboni umuntu mhlambe even onesitolo emall masu usebenza ngathi ulandela personal life yakhe you understand ukuthi ayasetshenzwa la kulala so ngiyajabula uma ngibona abantu abangafuni ukulala abangafuni ukuba nomgqibelo nesonto abangafuni ukuba neholidi ngifuna ukuthi sicabange le nto kahle mawusumabhizinisi awunale holidi. Don't have a weekend, you know. Sometimes you don't have leave, you know. People who are employed at the luxury of, I need to take leave. You know, when you are running your own business, there is no leave, you know. So I really want to applaud you for taking up the challenge. It's a good thing to do, but it's not easy. Oh yeah, thank you so much. I wish I was the one in control of my screen. I appreciate that. So we are Tinasura Nya Commission Transformation. I'm not sure which language to use, so I'm kind of confused.
English.
Okay. So there are a few case studies I want to share with you. Because I talk about what we do, it's not gonna really work. But if background is, we're town planners. We're not, I don't know how to explain, but we're town planners by expertise. That's what we do. When we come into a place, we look at how can this place look like in 10 years? What businesses that can be there? What problems are there that can be solved by people? And we usually make a simple example. When a child goes to school, he carries 10 rand every month. 10 rand, 5 rand, how much? Okay, let's use 10 rand as an agreed average. So the high school I used to go to, there are 1,500 kids. Let's assume the 500 does not get to carry money. Let's assume only 1,000 kids carry 10 rands per day. How much is rotating in the school per day? 10,000. 10,000 per day. So we go to communities and look at those things. So if you think of your community, the other day I counted how many cars are where I live. There are 60 cars in the community I live. So we bought guys a vacuum cleaner and things to do a car wash. My disappointment is that they're not even washing my own car. That's why, you are guaranteed when you work with businesses that you will be disappointed. So we work with communities very closely, we work with businesses very closely, just to understand your story, to understand where you're going, and for you to understand your market and where your business opportunities are. So I have 3 case studies. I'm trying to name one. I will skip a bit and start with this case. Do you know this lady, if you live in Umlazi? We met this lady during looting. She had a small shop at the back, a Pilan. During looting, everything was looted. Today we're opening a tech shop in Mazintoti. She's employing 9 people right now. We won't buy sweets from anywhere else. So she opened a store where she recovered from looting. We supported her, not just only us. It was other agencies that were supporting. People during looting didn't receive money only from us. People received money from other people as well. Supported her to open a shop. Even 20,000 a month. So you see how much sweets do you eat? She's able to pay 3 staff in there. She's able to pay a salary. She's able to run that thing and it runs. And that shop has actually made sure that there's another shop. There's also Pilar routine. So it's cool. and it employs 2 people. Now let's say to guess of the lab is following spirits and bluff. Because this lady came and she left for mutual beginning of this year to run a business herself. So and it's sweet, this is sweet, this is sweet. So I'm showing you this case just to encourage you that here's someone we met, there's no one who's supplying, there's no one. She said she wants to take up the challenge. Who ordered trade port, the same place other suppliers are ordering. She orders a sweet Bakusuya gold, a truck comes from Gauteng to deliver these sweets. And she makes good money. I think recently she bought a house. They don't. Well, she was working on Bushua. Don't go out all the time. Okay. She had some money for transfers. You know transfers and everything. Yeah. But the installment comes from Bushua.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
So sweet. Mama, what is sweet? So we need a new plan. If you are in the street, you need to think of which supplier you can actually contact. Where are you buying from? You know, where are they buying from if ever it's someone who's close? Can you go buy where they are buying? That's the plan. So I'll go back a bit. So some time back we found, so this is one of our hubs in Stellenbosch. Don't think Stellenbosch and think it's a, there was a clinic that was, abandoned government buildings. So we found a building that was abandoned. We requested the government to give us the building so we can change it to a hub for small businesses. Where businesses that are actually here. I think there is, what we do is that there's a township in Stellenbosch called Kamani. Well, it's not a township, it's just shacks. Let's be honest. What? It's shacks of people who are working in Stellenbosch. Okay. So what we did is that we went to that place, found small businesses. We told them, we want you to sell your stuff in a place where that is high end. So we restored this clinic into a mini shopping center, but we don't run any shopping. In here you find coffee, you find leather, anything that is made in Kamandi is sold here. So when tourists come to Stellenbosch, they come and actually see things that are made in Kamandi, a township or a place that is shacks. So I'm giving you another idea. There are places that you, as small businesses, can actually ask to actually work together to put your stuff in there. Or a shopping center, why should you rent the store alone? Why don't you partner together and say, can we come together and hire that place and stock our stuff in there? You are selling hair, you're doing this. So that's the concept behind this thing. The concept is that you don't need to rent the space alone. Number two, we can rent the space together since there's a lot of traffic. So we find a high traffic place, we rent it together. The only thing we do, we don't sit in the store. We just come and bring our stuff and pack it nicely, find someone who knows how a store should look like. And then you not be involved. You need a smile, your job to sell. Your job is to go make clothes. Like that leather guy, the guy who's doing leather, those leather bags now are exported. So do you understand that sometimes relationships and doing things together is better than when the word. So that's another case that we have. Another case that we're trying to start right now, we're trying to start a market in Umlas. I think we've had 4, the 4th one was this previous weekend. We try to say to Ama, we're using Umyandu Industrial Hub, the parking area code. We try to invite you entrepreneurs who can you come out of your, I don't know today's lab. Can you come out and sell your stuff at month end where traffic is there, Umyandu? So this month is the challenge, so I'm hoping to get people to come to the market. So we are taking our money, we're going to create vouchers at 3,000 or to 4,000 rands. I have 50 rand, 10 rand, 50 rand. We're going to do an activation. So if you are an entrepreneur who's in the market that day, there will be around 4,000 rands in the market that will be spent. How's one understand that? So someone will bring a voucher, written our name there, Ranyata and NetBank. If it's 20 rands of stuff, when you have the voucher, then you come to us, we give you the money, you go home happy. But the idea is to encourage people to come to the market. You, business people, to come to the market and showcase your stuff. Invite your friends. If you don't have time, don't Insta it. Put on Insta. Invite your friends to come to the market and do something different on the weekend. Just why I come back, I'm Max, and I'm Jake, I'm Bob. I mind, I mean, a 17. Good time on a weekend, we're able to make money in our own spaces, not go to bluff. You know, some people still here go to bluff for their veggies and stuff. No one in the market has come forward and says, yes, I'm a veggie. We don't have a veggie person. There are many people who don't have at that market, but the market is similar. And if only there could be one, how much there could be one? Any place can create a market where people can come every weekend or every month and to come there and sell. Yeah, but so the question is that we ask ourselves is that we have to actually respect ourselves enough to do these things. In Mahaisberg, we took a church. We are renting that church from time to time. That's where we meet with businesses in the area to discuss how do they conquer a market. That's in Mahaisberg. At PE, we took a corner, internet cafe. Smoky door for informal guys. We were almost like a center that is in the corner. The thing I'm trying to say to you is that sometimes small businesses have a lot of traffic. But let's introduce it. How much traffic in the evening? Couldn't put there, there is some veg, man, that's the richest guy ever. He just put some veg there and he's selling there. And I'm sure that guy is the happiest guy in Indaba. And I'm sure he's the last one to leave there. Because generally people who live in informal settlements, they don't buy big grocery, they buy because of cash flow. And that guy is a good business model of 10 rands, 15 rands. It can be like sometimes in about 10 rand, I'm like, shucks, this guy. Sometimes I'm jealous of him. Because he picked up the traffic that no one was picking up. Oh, there are people here that are passing every evening. Bearing. So what we're trying to create as Ranyaga in our spaces is these things. Is there an abandoned building again? Can we talk about it? What can we do with that abandoned shop? You know, there are many shops in Umla that used to be, there's a shell up on a sakula. What can we do with those shops? I'm not saying let's not buy in the other tax shops, but why don't we actually ask ourselves, why don't we use these places that are abandoned? You must say, Sabi rent. Sabi rent. But so the idea that we're trying to sell to you is that all these spaces are usually no one is using them. And we find the owner, we talk and say, look, you're not using the space, can we renovate it and help you? Who will be on the screen that we have? So that's one of the things we want to do. Or we want entrepreneurs to begin to think about. Why food guys are wet? Why food sellers are wet? Why then? No matter none. So we don't want you to work alone. So these are things that we want to create in spaces. One, so we want to create spaces where businesses can begin to see more potential in the area. So another corner that you can begin to put abantu around. Like I said, there's 10,000 local schooling, and drug dealers know about it. Why they know. Who's calling man? Ships. So he be down again in the man. Confront kind of a phone and let him do introduce me to him. Who are kind of on weekends, like Puzwakon. I was shocked, man. I was like, shucks, what a crazy idea. And if I was my phone on it, one of these are he found these markets there. Usually there's internet right now. In my must put the Pumagaluna. And you saw that, it's a cover of church. So how do we actually help each other identify markets? Identify where traffic is, identify what things could happen. Why don't we have Umlazi Festival in December? Between 16 and 25. Why? No, Sisako and in the Russian. Why in the festival? Between 16 and 8. Send our let's see the ground in Svali ground, the PSL swing at that food. Svali ground, Shay Market. Here's the just of the general. My science. Small businesses selling their stuff in there. So, that's the challenge I'm putting where you are. Maybe we need to start to talk to your communities, these committees that you formed. How do we create a market in your area? And maybe we can begin to put you together with other people that can help you. Now, there's another thing that you need to remember. I'm using this because of case studies that we have. It's our PE scoring stuff, what they are like done. Okay. I just want to put one thing that Enzo, you understand most of my business, how much money. I just want the first line. I want to explain something that I'm done. That's first line. Second one, sorry. There is so much money in South Africa to develop small businesses. There is a lot of money to develop small businesses in South Africa. Oh, sorry, it's me. So, there's money companies must use in developing skills. They must use it. And this is where we actually get our funds. Skills development, to develop enterprise and suppliers in an area, companies get 40 BE points to develop you. What I would like to ask entrepreneurs, stop asking us, who are in development. Sometimes it's a thing that we do. Sometimes you don't ask the real thing that you need from us, and we end up assuming what you need. Sometimes you put ask the parent funding. About your financial statement. You just need your financials so that you can access more money. But I'm suppose that about financials, you find a surprising story. So can we actually have a situation where if ever Laban figure Tina, it's going to develop companies, can you guys be clear what you need in your business? Can we do that? What are some figures on development? Am I lying on this? Sophia, speaking of the training course, when we ask, you know what, you think that we're branded. You think that we're in charge, you're saying you can't be so it can work. Why don't you talk that conversation? Can you guys help me find money for this new sports and this thing? Can you train? So we need black businesses to become more bold in what they need to come to them. Nobody as consultants will keep on making money in training. Am I lying? Trainers, come on, let's go.
Yes, that's where the money is.
We'll keep on making money to training, but not, you know when you need an asset. There's a lady from Vula, your trainer number 2. Who's a handling machine? It was 6,000 in 3. But now you're talking. Your trainer number so that's the money we are looking for.
Okay.
Do you guys understand me? Yes. So sometimes, when I don't know what your business needs, so me and or in the program, but if you are clear and you have a clear plan, this is what I need. But I said, no, now I'm so good. One tell a story, but you don't clear, documented. So that's what I want to encourage you, because many of us who are in development are submitting these scores into companies and submitting your data. Your name is the one that gets these companies these BE points. But it's only your business has not changed. And that's what I'm saying. If you get a business developer, what sees the party business or attend the trainings of the party business. So I want to give you guys a sense of boldness. That's what these guys did in Kamandi. They told us exactly what they need. So that when Pastor says, I let them buy a phone. So that's what I want to encourage you. And that's what Uzi did to us. What the football of our cabinet. And our cabinet of 35,000. You know? So it must be very clear and bold what my business needs. Uzi get family. Yeah, what? Since available to learn to choose winning, we don't give funding. But we can show you the door that is funding. And we can help you prepare for that funding. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. See, I start to challenge a market day. Let's go and plan. I can't wait for our invites. Let's do this market day, and it can only be successful through collaborations and partnerships. We preach in the yoga code, let us not work in isolations, let us work together. This is what Immigration Project has been preaching for a very long time, and this is what we wanted to see at the end of it all. To see the non-locals and locals businesses working together. Collaboration is the key word. Thank you so much. Moving forward, this is a very important part of the day for me, apart from you getting your certificates. The project has been in existence for 3 years. Was there any change? Did we see any progress? Can we witness any transformation from how it was before the project and how it is now? So we have 3 people. Abbas will share up very quickly their experiences and their journey being part of the Immigration Project. What they have achieved, how life has been before the project, and how things are right now, because we can't have a project and we don't see any change. So change is very important. Can I quickly have forward Unomthandazo Zama, alandelo Patience Bagaya, Nobega Kong. Ubheka no patients ngicela beze ngaphambili bazothola ama-seat la ukuze bezoba seduze while uNomthandazo is sharing her story of change. Bakhona? Okay, uyeza uNomthandazo. Upatience vele ula ngaphambili, thank you. Ubheka ungakephi? Okay. Simi ngawe. Is that right? Just cut it. Sibuli akon. Please come. Asa. Hallelujah.
Amen.
We start by saying that because it's revival time. Sanibona nonke, Kuyelida, Jambo, Saba, Bonja. Start by saying something to Mr. Ranyaka. Mr. Ranyaka, into endithanda ngalesa sitolo sasasweet esilapha kamnyanda mall sinala kusidi bakudala labaya bakudala oqhafaskoti ozulu moto osweet obhaliwe amakhandalasa ya ngithanda leyo nto nje lesasitolo siyasaza
myself, my name is Nomtanda Zama. I'm from East Kimbo, CSO. I'm an FBO, stand for Forever Business Owner, specializing in agri products. And I see myself now in arts and drama, because someone just appointed me as a arts and drama. So busy from informal settlement where I'm staying. I'm proud to say I'm from informal settlement. So yeah, where I'm staying at ukuthi badate benze konke nje about arts and drama. Coming to DDP. DDP ufikile eSpingo, wafika nama trainings and workshops. So this attender, we've been to our trainings and workshops, nama presentations, kuma business wethu njengoba nami ngithi ngi-FBO. But ukufika but lawa aka-DDP ngibone ngathi ngizwe kunomehlukwana okhona kulawa aka-DDP ama-trainings. Into engifunde khona kakhulu kube lapha ku-saving, ekusaving imali. Mina bengilo muntu nje oyivelayo i-income kanye ne-profit nje kuphela. Bengibona kakhulu ngiyivele ngicabanga ne-profit ne-income. So ngiphinde futhi njengomuntu onabantwana ngibona iy'nkinga ukuthi lo wasenasesicathulo, lo akasenakuthi ngiyathatha. Ngithatha khona lapho i-income ngiyathenga nje. Kodwa uMr. Nduna wathi bengabe ekhuluma esifundisa kade ngithi mangithi accounting engangiwakhona esikoleni sifunde accounting ngayenza income statement. Kodwa le kaMr. Nduna ngayizwe sengathi seyihlukile ngathi seyigcwaliseke kakhulu ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi ngifunde ukuthi ukuseyiva kanjani nokuthi ucheck ama-expenses wakho, ama-assets wakho kanjalo. So ngafunda nje kakhulu, so thanks to Mr. Nduna. Then ngafunda futhi kakhulu ne-marketing, ukuthi kubalulekile ukuthi uma ngabe udayisa i-products uyazi i-market yakho, like wazi ukuthi whom to market to, wazi ukuthi fanele umarket ubani yiphi i-target yakho, fanele uyazi i-target yakho. For an example, Jamie, as I mentioned, ama-products aka-forever. When it comes to weight management, angeke nje me-company ye-FBO mhlawumbe noma nodayisa i-products ezinina when it comes to weight management, athi izongidayisela izinto zokusilima because ku-obvious. So ngeke ngikwazi ukuthenga i-object yokusilima ngiyivele sengisilimile already. So fanele ukuthi uyayazi i-target yakho nesizini yonke leyo nto nesikhathi. So yeah, ngifunde kakhulu nge-marketing. And then mengabe kuza kuma-cultural differences. Kuma-cultural differences futhi ngifunde kakhulu, especially when it comes to our brothers from Africa. Mina ngikore nje bengikore understand but ngifundile ukudifferentiate ukuthi no, it's a language, interpret language. Ukuthi omunye umntwana nami njengoba ngumZulu angisazi isizulu nesitswana, so umuntu engikhuluma isizulu nesitswana so sikhulumayo. So nakubona bese beyasho ukuthi nakuthina kunjalo, nathi siyabizana ukuthi nathi samakhwekhwe. Abanye ukwazi basho omunye wathi kwenye i-country bathi umkhimbisi. Bathi ayikhimbisi so wow, mina bengicabanga ukuthi it's an insult. No, it's not an insult. ukuthi kuphela understand language. So now then I started to plant this futhi ngitshele nabanye ngiqhubeke ngibafundise futhi athi umuntu enalo wena nomthini sebenza la makolekole ngithi hayi manje wo ungathi ngiyazi ukuthi ukolekole uqhamuka kanjani ngimchazele bese understand. So ngasho ngithi esipho nje lasihlala khona lots of people kule area esikuyona eUganda sebeyayi understand lento because keep on interpreting slow siyidlulisa siba understand. And uma ngabe ngasengifunda nasedleni mangabe thina kwi-culture yethu sisebancane sathi mangabe siphakele okunye hlupha la sihlanganyele indishi sidle sisebancane. But now njengoba sesikhulile la kwenze kufanele udle kavumelekile ukuthi uzokubamba ney'ngane. But uma ngi-check-a ngala because when they don't mind, even if they are adults, they can share in one plate. They can eat one plate while they are five, maybe five. That was badly important. But guess is that thina sidla ngey'puni bona bakholelwa ekudleni ngezandla. So nalapho yabo I was surprised ukuthi how yabo and nabe ngisaba ukudla ufish because always siyawufrya sikhipha ikhanda nani. But thanks to Mr. Bagaba Sibagay, so now I can eat fish in a metro afford. Mr. Chitaya, as years old from people, we were applying for our NPO. So we done that, and then at the end, while we were waiting for our certificate, a problem came up concerning asylum seeker. We didn't know. So we were told that because in your structure there's someone with an asylum seeker, it has failed. Your application has failed. So I don't know about that rule, but I want to learn about it. I don't know. And then my last words, since I'm an entrepreneur. My son has got a market day next week, so he told his teacher that I want to be an entrepreneur. That's why I'm the one who's making a business plan for my group, because my mother is also an entrepreneur. So we are planting this thing, it runs through the veins.
Wow, yeah.
Samborani, Jambo, Bonjour, Boni. Yeah, my name is Patient Pasi Bagaya from Easting. I got a story I want to share with you guys. What DDP bring in my life? First, DDP bring me back as a human being. I was not a human being anymore. In 2019, my brother I love very well, which is Richard Bernard. His close friend is in this room. Kanumba is here. He died in front of me. It was Sunday. He called me. He said, "Can we go and fetch my girlfriend from work because it's Sunday, there's no taxis." I said, "Come, let's go." We went to fetch her and we dropped her at her home. He said, "No,
let me see my son. His son was 1 year old. He went inside, he took long kissing his son. I called him, let's go. He said, no, I'm still busy with my son. I said, okay, no problem. I waited him for 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, he came back. He said, my brother will go. I said, okay. I grabbed the car. When we reached Spingo, it was around 3. He said, let me go and pee. He said, okay, no problem. When I was still looking the parking where I can park the car, I heard the shotgun. After 2 seconds, I heard the other one. The people come from my salon, they went that side. One of my worker there, which is working there, he came, he said, Richard is dead. I said, no, it can't be. You're joking, and I can beat you right now. They are still parking the car. I see the people running that side. The other Papayu, he went there, he came to me, he said, Richard, yes, I feel like I can run away because someone was with them with that. Maybe they were looking for me also. But that time I was shaking, I can't even drive the car. I parked, I went there, I see straight. That start to cry. I said, let me go back home. Same day, I went home. I told my wife, I'm going back home right now. I can't live here. Why? I said, you guys, South Africa, you are not a good people. I'm going back. No, the other people, they say, no, wait, let's bury your brother. After bury him, then you can go. I said, okay, we bury him. He was shame, he was younger. The people, they know him here. We bury him. After bury him, after 3 weeks, people, they start to come, they say, no, you can't go home because eating that side is not good. I say, okay, I'm gonna live like this. They didn't want to talk anyone, especially South African. Especially South Africa, I didn't want them. To be honest, I didn't want them. But after that, my brother is in this room, Willie. He came to me. He said, let's go somewhere where you can get some people can talk with them. I said, okay, let's go. We went there. It was a DDP training in Spingo somewhere, around the Spingo. We start to train. I start to understand that in our side also we got good people and the wrong people. DDP teach me that, and then I understand that party. I understand. Then I cool down from that time. Secondly, because it's a business singer, DDP also give me a hope in my business. We went to train again. The facilitator was Mr. Malus, by that time in Spingo. He teaches us how we can register our business. Because I got a small business where I'm doing my business. I only cut the head and fix in phones. He said we can register our business. After training, I went to him previously. I asked him, my brother, how I can register my business? Because I got a problem. My cousin was running that shop. He went overseas. Now, if I went to get a permit, they request me to bring him back. When I call him, he said, my brother, I'm in overseas. Why you want me to come and do that in Africa? Are you crazy? He said, try your best. I said, okay. We phoned him in business support. Manager called him. He said, I can't come. I said, okay. I tried. I went again to see Malus. Malus, he said, phone me. I can teach you how you can register your business. But that time I didn't phone him. I called my brother Willie. We write a letter. I take a letter from business support. They asked me where you come from because I was writing the letter by that time, main letter, and they was spelled in. At that time I write the letter. When the manager asked me where you come from, I said I came from migration project. Come. He take me in his office with my letter. He received all the letter. I said, how you work in this project? I said, no, we work with migration and local. He said, okay. He take my letter, he put some, and he said, we're going to call you to get a payment. After 2 days, they called me, I went outside, they said, they give me a receipt, go and pay. Then after 1 week, I went there, I get a payment. I got my payment. The third one and the last one, each and every day, we went to train. DPP used to give us 400, same time 320, 320. Yeah, they used to put in an envelope. The time if I came home, I don't open that envelope. I give my wife, keep for me that side. She asked me, what is this? Don't open. This is a letter for municipality. The other day, I take those envelope. It was maybe, I don't know, it was 9. It was 9. I opened, my son was there, and she was there. She opened 400, 320. We put. She said, let's go to enjoy. My son said, buy a car for me. I take it, okay. Later, we are going to enjoy Galeria. I take that man, I went to the shop, I bought 4 machines, cutting machine. Wow. I came back home, I took them to Galeria with my money. We enjoy, after I enjoy, we come back, I tell them, see those envelopes, I bought this machine. And this machine is going to help us always. And this machine is still helping me until now. 100 rand, 150 from this machine. This machine, I named them DDP machine.
kancane umseni sesiyaqeda.
Ngiyacela ngempela ngoba sesuka kodwa. Ngiyabingelela lonke egameni leNkosi uJesu Kristu. Ngibingelela egameni lika-DDP ngokukhethekile. Igama lami ngubheka wakakhomo from Isiphiko. Sisuka kude no-DDP, bengithi sisuka kude futhi sisuka ekuqaleni sizofika namhlanje. Njengoba kusuku olukhulu kangaka, akukho lapho sike sasala khona sashaya istaff sasesisala endleleni. Silokwane sibambelele njalo, sihambisana nosisikhulu nabo bonke. Ngeke ngibabalule ngenxa yesikhathi. Bese ngibonga-ke nobaba lapha uPaul ngempela hayi longala longake bonga kuri yekhona ngibingelela. Ngizocela-ke ukukhuluma isiZulu because ama-language ama-2 kuphela ekwaziyo. Ngazi i-Afrikaans, ngazi isiZulu. Bekhona utolika we-Afrikaans angeza la ngaphambili bezomela. So ngizela ngizokhuluma ngohambo bese sihambile. Ngo-DDP ngoba ngithi akaze ngisale endleleni bonke sesigugu laba silokhona sihamba nabo. Ngiyambonga mina u-DDP kakhulu, akukho engathi mina kuncane asekwenzile kumina. Konke kukhulu kuyamangalisa. Ngoba u-DDP kumina ufane njengomuntu owumama obekhulelwe wasezala ingane. Kusho ukuthi mina bengiseke esiswini. Wafika u-DDP wayeseyangizala. Wayeseyangincelisa, wangikhulisa. Ngangitshela ukuthi ngiyazi kanti angazi ukuthi angazi. U-DDP wakwazi ukuthi angishintshe angenze into engingeyona kepha ngibe yiyona. Nawe ngicabanga ukuthi njengoba ula namhlanje wafika uyi-nothing but namhlanje usuyi something. Ingakho ngithi ngizombonga, ngizophakamisa umbongo. Usifundisile u-DDP sisigugu ukuthi uyakwazi ukwenza into engekho uyenze ukuthi mayibe khona iphile. Mengisho njalo ngichaza ukuthi usifundisile ukuthi uyakwazi ukurejista amabhizinisi noma ibhizinisi ingekho but uyenze ukuthi mayibe khona. Ibe siyaphumelela ukuthi ibe khona bese kusala ukuthi ifunction kanjani. Mina ngifuna ukuveza lokhu namhlanje ku-DDP. Ngoba ngithi ngiyabonga, lelo gama ngeke lisale izolwane lilandela, ngithi ngiyabonga. DDP bengidayisa secret sex shop, abanye bayayazi lo sex shop yami bekungithi yami. But ngokufika kwa-DDP besibabuka abafowethu bokufika babiza kanjani. Kodwa ukufika kwa-DDP ukwazile ukuyenza the communication between non-locals and locals. Bese nalento ekuthiwa inzondo noma umona, ngoba bona bebekwazi ukuthi into bayenze yenzeke, kepha thina singakwazi ukwenza into yenzeke. Bona bebedayisa ema-tech shop apho ufike kugcwele tech. Kodwa uthola ukuthi i-tech shop yakho wena ingane yelungane bazoyidlula le yakho. Bese siyabazonda sithi sobashisa, sibashisela ama-container sibaxoxe. Sithi asibafuni ngoba banalo igama leli elisakwazi ukulibiza. Kodwa u-DDP ukwazile ukuthi asihlanganise, sikwazi ukuxhumana nabo sibuze ukuthi nenza ngani.
nebana basitshelile imfihlo zabo ukuthi kungani benze kanje. Safundiswa ukuthi bona bayakwazi ukuthi bahlangane mase sebehlangene bengama-tech shop mhlawumbe awu-4 noma awu-5 bahlanganisa imali bahambe bokwenza i-order elilodwa esitolo esisodwa lapho bazofike bathenge impahla eyodwa, but leyo mpahla leyo izobe ine-discount ibona lolo order. Depends ukuthi bathengani, mhlawumbe uthenga ama-drink izifo kanjalo, but kodwa kuzoba isesitolo esisodwa kube i-order elilodwa, kodwa meliphuma lizophuma ne-discount bese bebuya lezinto bezoyihlakaza babelana. Ngakho-ke nto ngithi ngiyabonga DDP, ngiyabonga Real Paul. Waphinda u-DDP angithi ukuba mile kakhulu kunezokushiya. Noma ngithi uyakwazi ukushintsha i-nothing ibe is-something. Usifundisile ukuthi uyakwazi ukwenza into engekho uyenze uma ibe khona. Sikwazile ukuthi sihlangane futhi sibe ne-NPO. Sayenza le-NPO sisigugu, sayirejista, yaphasa ngemiyalelo ka-DDP omelusi lapha emuva lo mhlophe kancane uhlezi lapha ekoleni. Yesifundisa ekwashekisa ama-exercise badlala silayo. Kodwa siyakubonga lokho ngoba futhi nabafundisa nani u-DDP indlela yokusebenza. Namhlanje sine-NPO ebizwa ngomqhele wokunqoba with-Christ. Kungani ithi umqhele wokunqoba with-Christ? Nawe umuntu uzobuza ngicela ngikushade kancane. Kungoba mina ngisebenza ngabantu ngumphasa. Kulula ukuthi ngithole izinto, iy'nkinga zabantu emphakathini, abantu bafikela kumina. So njengoba le-NPO isikhona, ikhonela ekuthenini isize abantu abazothola abantu mhlawumbe abaney'nkinga, ogogo abangayifoli impesheni, abantwana abakhubazekile abahlezi emakhaya ngoba iy'ndawo ezimalolase areas zinjalo bavalele abantu. So ngifisa ukuthi le-NPO ihambele lezo y'ndawo ibasize abantu abangenama-ID, abaswele impesheni, igijimele lapho iy'ngane ezigulayo ey'koleni sikwazi ukuthola ilokuzana indlela yokungena ey'tolo, sithole ama-uniform, sithole yonke into, sisize abantwana ngomqhele wokunqoba with-Christ. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga kakhulu umsebenzi ka-DDP ne-migration project. Siphinde futhi sibonge kakhulu ukuthi kwenziwe kwaba i-success kwafika ekuthenini sizwe ama-stories because of the financial support from the EU and also CAS. So thank you so much, thank you so much. Ngeke ngisathuthela isikhathi, ngizocela nje mngani wami ungisize ungithathele le mic ibeke nicely la nale podium yami ungibekele khona la. Izosetshenziswa ubhuti wami uyeza nje khona manje uThawanda ozosibizela ama-certificates ethu. Can I humbly request Dr. Paul Kuyuki and Mr. Ponzi Kunzani Bruna to come here so that bezokwazi ukuthi sithathe nabo iy'thombe. So this is what will happen. Silale sise kahle kubalulekile. Igama lakho lizomenyezwa and then you quickly come forward uze la estage uthathe isitifiketi sakho uthathe isithombe uqhamuka this side and then uzowela ngala while omunye ebenenza sibe ne-order. Singaphumi uma usithole isitifiketi sakho ungaphumi so that ngizonazisa ukuthi ilunch lethu ikuphi nakuphi because kusey'ndaweni eziwu-2. Silalesise amagama ethu. Thank you. Azoba in alphabetical order according to our Senate. Njoba nihleli kanje kuzoba lula because sizama ukulihlalisa ngaleyo ndlela. While Tawanda is fetching certificates, can I have quickly facilitators and community developers, developers, and also some of my speakers who can come and take the picture here urgently. Paul, Jace, Medosi, Tasman. Yes, Tadera, thank you. Produces Jace, Hebana. Produces, please.
Good afternoon again. If I can have your attention. The first name, Ibrahim Akilimani. The second name, Ronaldo Areas. Patient Bagay. Alinda Mo Birukenya. Ellie John Unguya. Magdalena Hunting. Ngodi Butelezi. Nontlata Faith Butelezi. Ntombi futhi Cele. Hilda Chapola. Fikile Chiliza.
Tyler Clark. Ellie Njombi Futi Kamini. Flexile Jabulile Kamini. Amini. Sangelo Amini. Tabani Dube. Makosi Dube. Daniel Esquio. Marcel Fisher. Suzanne Fuhara. Rose Winter Foyer. Tandazile Gasela. Rose Winter Foyer and Tandazile Gasela. Ayada Kwaji. Freedom Frank Gentle. Mfanafuti Gumede. Mtombi Zanele Gumede. Gaston. Percy Gumi. Mbogeni Flela.
Nontulubo Jama. Mercy Kayeba. Papi dear Mercy Kayeba. Nicole Kasendu. Katira Christian. Hakim Zatara Kuma. Brenda Kubeka. Juduzile Prudence Koza. Sadiki Kutipicha. Milente Feyama. Letiwe Kanyile. Cedric Beka Kono. Maneli Sikuman. Msindiso Kumana. Kuzwai. Tabisile Kuzwai. Mtombifikile Langa. Odette Landers. Lupande Shkuzu. Busiso Lushozi. Mbali Lutuli. Lungile Lutuli. Lulu Nondumiso. Giselle Supul. Pindile Magusela. Sandile Mabika. Kenny Mansi. Kandisiwe Masuku. Joyce Maye.